Let's see. Testing. Let me turn that down a bit. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dee. Okay, good enough. Hello. Alright. Nope, not that. Nope, guys. I'm just messing everything up. Okay, hello, welcome. Get a bit more comfortable. So we're gonna play more Ace Attorney Trilogy, the last game. So that'll be fun. We're right at the end. We're at the trial, the last trial. We finished the investigation part, but we're gonna do the trial now. Let me grab the Scott. Let me see if he's ready. Oh. Bob. Check if he is ready to roll. Cool. Give him a call. Hello.
Hi.
Alright, let's see. Stream. Ba-ba-ba. All good for you, Scott?
Yep.
Cool. Looks like everything. I think I fixed everything from the whole thing I had last time with updating my computer. I think I have still some stuff I need to update for some other stuffs, but I don't know. Trying to adjust my microphone so I'm hopefully not too loud. Oh well, whatever. That's fine. So yeah, now it is time for the final trial of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. So that's fun. Bridge the turnabout. Time for the trial. Hopefully I don't cough up a storm like I did last time. Well, I was laughing too much last time. Freaking Gumshoe being a stupid idiot. Making me laugh too hard. Oh god. Detective Trap. That killed me too much. Alright. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Oh, right, we didn't tell Pearls about Maya.
Being trapped and stuff.
Yeah, because we didn't want to worry her. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation's still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I guess maybe she does know that she's stuck in the inner temple? I don't know. But I don't think we said how grim it was of her surviving, kind of thing. Anyway. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Oh, so the locks are still on the inner temple thing. She wasn't able to get them unlocked before the trial, so that's fun.
Yeah, for some reason she was allowed to come out back to the temple, which is weird.
Yeah, just because it's like a trick lock. It's like a puzzle lock. So she knew how, like, what each little button thing is, but she didn't know the order. So she's trying to, like, brute force through the other locks. But apparently that didn't work. Alright. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, it's Edgeworth. Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Francesca von Karma. What are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francesca isn't going to be prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else
Coffee
would it
boy.
be but Godot? Godot? Francesca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. Okay, so Francesca has taken her spot and trying to brute force through the locks. Okay, so Bikini's also helping. That's good. Because I was gonna say, like, how's Francesca not gonna do it if she doesn't know what the different combination things could be? Okay. So that's good that they have two people doing it, I guess. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, probably Gumshoe. We probably gave Gumshoe our cold.
Sneezing.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Gumshoe got our cold. And with that, I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Oh. Thanks. Hehe. Gay. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Yeah, there's a lot of mysteries. We don't know what's going on. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donem? No, I mean Miss Misty Faye. That's right, we found that out yesterday. Or not yesterday, last week. That she's actually Misty Faye, Maya's and Maya's mother. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Alright. February 10th. February 10th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. There he is. We don't have the Canadian judge. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Azurkura Temple. Your Honor? What are you? Ooh, me. Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Oh. Well. Oh, is his younger brother the other judge? So the reason we don't have that other judge, like before, or the beginning of this trial, is because he got sick. That's their excuse. Nice.
So.
Nice. Alright. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I will be standing in for. Oh, okay. I didn't know that he was his younger brother. That's interesting. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the good have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said. At least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Well, fuck. Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Also, I'm a prosecutor, and I have to do that every time I see a witness, so... like... yeah. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I discarded it. What? Order in the court, order. Witness, are you saying that you were an accomplice in a murder? Yes, that's correct. What? Oh shit, uh-oh. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Nope, gonna end up coughing a bunch. Woo. Alright, everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's a murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trait? So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Yeet? Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee tray. She's naming Maya? God damn it, Maya!
Her fault. Again.
God damn it, Maya, don't be committing murders again. We talked about this. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the day of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Yep. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Uh-huh. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. Moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal.
Oh boy.
Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman.
The woman who looks like her.
Yeah. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Alright. Let's just, press on everything. Okay. Into your temple. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that, on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she did yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? I was in the inner temple's training hall. Private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she?
Oh.
I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. God dang it. Stop having murderer girlfriends.
I like how the judge is all extremely serious, and he's offering Iris no leeway despite being a pretty girl.
Well, he is being like, he's just like, there, we all understand how difficult this is for you.
Yeah, but he's being super gruff. He's being very gruff about it. Look at his expression. What I'm saying is that when it's our client, he treats our client worse than when it's a supposedly good witness, but it's for the prosecution they're lying. In other words, we're getting the short end of the stick no matter what side this is going.
Yeah, she's being a good witness for the prosecution, not for us.
Yeah.
And now it's like, yeah, it's not good. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor, I saw Miss Clee strike Mystic Maya with her staff. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and it looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
Let's check evidence here. Cause hold on. Go. Does it say in her profile? Yeah, that she's actually Misty Faye. So it might be that, why would she attack her own daughter, maybe? Okay, well let's just press through all this other stuff. While Mystic Maya was still assembling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, yeah, this is important. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. I don't think so. And at least Nonan tried to stab her with this weapon to kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of... Oh my god. Word? Does anyone actually really know how to pronounce this word?
Worcestershire sauce.
That's how it's supposed to be pronounced?
Yes,
I thought it was like Worcestershire sauce. I don't know.
I mean, it's... You can shorten it to Worcester.
Okay.
It's Worcestershire sauce is the...
Worcestershire
It's also really
sauce.
good. Have you ever had, like, hamburgers?
Yeah, but just like,
Really
how... Who... Why? Okay. Probably, it's because it's probably a German word. Dang Germans with too many vowels. Or consonants, I don't know, whatever. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? Yeah. Why would she have just a random dagger? Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Ooh, he's serious. Okay, now, let's continue. Okay. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger. Sure she did. Except her dagger is the staff. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Oh, save. Boop, boop, okay. Miss Donan throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Huh. If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Mayafei, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. Actually, it kinda is, because, like, we didn't find a dagger, but we found the sword. So, you're saying that there's a dagger that we haven't found yet? I don't think things work like that. Important thing is that she tried to kill Mayafei. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. Actually, there is, but there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Stoneham would never attempt to take the life of Mayafei. I guess I go with profiles, because... Yes? Yes. Elise Stoneham would never have attacked Mayafei. Save. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Stoneham. Her real name was... Misty Faye. Faye? Huh? No. Misty Faye? Who is this Misty Faye? She related to... Misty Faye is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Stoneham actually the great Mystic Misty? Yep, there's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order in the court. But first hearing the witness's testimony seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away his sword during a fight. And two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being unbelievable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Heh, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
Probably agree, dude.
Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. That's a lot of coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Oh shit, fuck. You know, you could have pointed that out, like, earlier.
Nah, he wants to surprise us, because rules of evidence mean nothing, apparently.
I guess. But, like, you should have said this when we said, well, there's a sword. And she could have just used the sword. Why would she throw it away for a dagger? It's like, well, here's the dagger. It has blood on it. It's like, oh, well, shit. Okay. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the women, this little babe was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means, blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Alright. Now then, so we don't know whose blood is on it. The testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we could consider her testimony to be credible. You girls never lie, ever.
Sarcasm.
You sure about that? I don't think that's how things work. Okay?
Sarcasm overload. Sarcasm overload.
Yeah. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Alright. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but if it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance, perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Alright. The battle. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden where the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Mayafay do after she was struck? Stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defense with her back to the stone lantern. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point? It's just silly. As they say, concerned fox is more dangerous than a jackal. Cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Stoneham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise stumbled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Is that correct, though? Hold on. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Try to look at her autopsy. Stab in the back. Nope. Okay. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Okay. Autopsy report. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you? Mia Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah! This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah! What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? No. Is that all you have to say? Yes. I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. But can you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of the testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Goodell, explain yourself. The witness was quite ambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Asakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time. The wick was no good. In other words, it had been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Ghosts and lightning. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that look in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! Order! Hold on. Okay, not that photo. Do we have any other photos? Where do we have that? Well, don't we have the... I don't know. Okay, whatever. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern evidence. Okay, thanks, cool. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. And this is important because of the angle that she's saying it was. Because it's, yeah, I don't know. It was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood! Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written blood? It says May upside down. It says May upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. Certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then. Let's move on. Godot is literally shaking. Somehow, I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Stoneham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichichito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of things to the Fae clan, but even so, I never imagined that Elise Stoneham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. Terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but... You were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. The story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. So you waited until everything was over before making a move. Oop, that's not what I wanted. No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so hopeless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't your job as a judge to mediate, oh my god, mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition. So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way up to Hazakura Temple. I thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Heh, makes perfect sense to me. Of course it does, you're the prosecutor. For the time being. Yeah, until it doesn't work out for you, then I don't like it. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. Is this the part that was in... This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Ask about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes. Naturally, you would expect tracks. The spectre was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from the ride? From that ride? Yes, I think they are.
You think or you know?
But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, hmm? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. About this, right? What do you think about this testimony? I think it is important, because I don't think... Because Bikini didn't see a snowmobile as she went back to the one place, the other building. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. When the murder took place. That would have been, it would have to be at 10:50, because that's what it says on the weather report. That doesn't make sense if you stack up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement I was just made added to the testimony. But what? Does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Okay. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Do we have... I wish I had her, Bikini's, testimony of when she saw the murder. Or what she saw, what she thought was the murder. No, yeah, that's not right. No. Maybe the autopsy report again? No. Maybe press on it. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. See how you think. Snow, Ooh, what is going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it means there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelation. I don't know what this reference is supposed to be, but okay. Well then, Mr. Trey, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Yeah, I would really like if Wright shared his theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. After basically static, okay. The footprints? No. Not the footprints. Oh. Wait. There's no drag marks? No? Let me see. Maybe it is about the snowmobile. Hold on. Snowmobile. Ask about the snowmobile instead. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. Sorry, witness. Now, I've got a problem with your testimony. Okay, here we go. Excuse me? Oh no. What are you up to now? That night? Yeah, after... She said she didn't see it over by the bridge. That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Asakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Asakura Temple, who was there by the main gate? Snowmobile, I mean. Oh, it was still at the gate. Okay, when she got back. Snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Oh, shit.
Hmm.
Order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it? Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... You'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I want to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was all that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint?
Maybe he has a moral compass and all?
Okay, maybe we're supposed to use Bikini for the...
To disprove her testimony?
Yeah, for this.
Try it.
Hold on, let me save again. Maybe that's him giving us a clue. No? Damn it. Okay, can we... Let's save this real quick. Let's see. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought it the worst. Probably. More like definitely. I see. Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Donem. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. By the time that took place, Snow had already stopped. Another crescent moose again. How did it took place? The snow had already stopped. Did we use this photo? Yeah, we did. No. 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 No, don't post that. Mode. Okay. No, okay.
Does the crystal ball have something to do with it? Was the crystal ball buried or not buried or something? Could that indicate the amount of snow that was on the thing?
Actually, wait, wasn't it covered in snow?
I don't remember, actually, but I know that the crystal sphere had something to do with the amount of snow in the thing.
No.
Okay, no.
Dang. Okay. No, it already stopped. It's not this. Did I already try the card photo? Yeah, not the card photo. That's something. Not that, not this. No. Would it be
No, it already stopped. Do we have the weather report thing? Could that maybe work?
I think I tried it. I'll try it again. Nope.
Nope, alright.
Is it not the statement? No.
Yeah, press her. Why not?
Whatever. Can I pass on this? Yeah, I did.
there be blood in the snow?
Maybe?
If she carried around this Suchi, whatever. If she... Do we know if she'd already used the item to stab through, Misty Phase... whatever, at this point. In other words, is the weapon bloodied at this point, and would there be, like, some kind of,
well, if she kept the dagger in the body, it wouldn't have let the blood out.
But not talking about the dagger, I'm talking about the Suchi Cheeto thing, unless it was that last thing that was...
Yeah, that was the last thing, because she would have transferred her body there, then take the dagger out and put this in. I'd get behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Because if she said she dragged her... Oh, right, okay. So this is... Okay. So it is possible for her to have gotten across the bridge, but... Maybe, I don't know what happened. Yeah, okay. I forgot about the lightning strike. Oh, right, okay. The snow wouldn't have stopped until 10:50, but the lightning strike happened at 10:45. So she would have had to be already over the bridge before 10:45. So yeah. You claim that snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. Yeah, so that doesn't work. Because then how would her body be over here on the other side? Because the bridge caught on fire from the lightning strike at 10:45. When the snow stopped at 10:50. Yeah. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just is impossible. What? I'm going to save because, oh my god. Okay. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Well, why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out yet. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Until, like, in the beginning you can, but, like, we're at the end of the game, so, like, yeah, you can't. Yeah. You're done. No! Oh. Oh my gosh. Blech. Coughing. Fun. Order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge. Body or no body? Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. You have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Oh, me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, body of us, at least Donem, was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the nun, Susubikini. Witness Iris desecrating at least Donem's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. Yeah, we don't know. She somehow did make the bot. Yeah, so that still happened. That is a fact. How it got to that point, we don't know exactly. That's right. I'm not lying. Oh, are you claiming this? What are you claiming this time? It wasn't I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to error. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you could explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. Somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Right. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Actually, we do know the truth. It looks like your defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, we do. It's not good evidence, but we do have some evidence. You're in no position to suggest this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once again once. About what, Your Honor? You have admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Oh shit, boy. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Maybe we are saying there's a way to cross a burning bridge. So it's just a misunderstanding, I see. This is the photo of the Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Suddenly it was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Did it now? Certainly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and they will be accused of murder. Trey, I'm only going to say that one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Okay.
Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Alright, moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way... Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed that bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong. That's it? Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the book? Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? It kinda does. This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, right?
Actually true.
What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show us some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Are you saying there was a wire across a burning bridge? Maybe.
Possibly.
I know what the evidence is for this. It's Larry's sketch. Dead body flying over burning bridge? I want to exactly rule out that possibility. What? You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't check it out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Stoneham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Lawrence Stoneham. Brilliant, highly gifted.
Hello?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought that was like just a dramatic pause, but whoa, everything just froze. That was fun and scary.
Yeah, a little bit.
She's a princess? That's what she said. I remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was on the at the mountain shack at Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trey, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does the sketch prove anything? Yes, pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Upside down? Why did Gojo say that? Alright then, let's see if that's his theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Hope I meant to save. Save, please. Thank you. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Lawrence Stoneham is, exactly what happened. Of course, the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh!
the effect makes everything whoosh.
Had to put in his own little sound effect.
Well, the victim was on fire.
Yeah.
Why isn't her body burned?
You'll see. Hold on. Why? She wasn't on fire. Oh, you know something? I don't know. Dang it. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said. Wait. No. I thought there was a way to look at the... I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Okay. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're a 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. It's kind of just spelled out for you, Phoenix. Alright then, the witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, other than the walking on the bridge, there's no way to move the body. No, dang it. Yeah, okay, there we go. It all comes back to this. I can't believe we're looking at this again. I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth. Very well. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is sketch trying to show? I don't think okay. Alright, Phoenix, so carefully think it over. The sketch drawn by Lawrence Stoneman is, something obviously funny is obviously funny about the sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Lawrence Stoneham stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. Okay, here we go. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, try it. What exactly contradicts reality as we see it? The flying person? This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? Mr. Wright, that answer just now? It was lethal. What? I don't remember when I said it. Whatever. Okay, so... It's the wire connected to the bridge. The wire? There we go. That the thing that contradicts reality? Yes, it is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. The photo. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, is it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Lawrence, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility, but then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Lawrence was doing when he witnessed the event. Let me see. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, the lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Lawrence must have been in at that time. He was laying on his back, which is why you remember the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Way. Lawrence Stoneham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun dun dun. So then the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Lawrence Stoneham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. So, fire doesn't really go down. So, don't think she's on fire. I think it's just the light reflecting off of her. Of the fire.
Possibly.
Yeah. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order. All the things to say. A pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. Nope. Because of the... Damn. Because of this bridge wire thing. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation for your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on and to create a pendulum? The photo? Yeah. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wires from the bridge. Then the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire. When the lightning struck, it set the bridge on fire. Let's see. One of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Stoneham's body. Whee!
fun, I guess, except the part where they're not enjoying themselves because they're dead.
Yeah. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Oh, he's gotta... Oh. Ha.
Hey, performance-enhancing drugs are not allowed in the courtroom, sir. You're gonna have to put down that caffeine.
He has a serious drinking problem. Not of alcohol.
Right?
Let's get out. How much coffee is in that cup? Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering in my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Try it. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum? Yes. Yeah. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, what was the spot? That was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped from distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Dotem's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Let's do a save real quick. In light of things we were just talking about. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Oh. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? Poor Wright. I was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trey. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, what would that be? The room. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Japanese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot was correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then. Please, Mr. Wright. Do a little save. Who was the person that received the body on Hazakura Temple side? Iris? Because that's who we saw. It can only be Sister Iris. Huh? see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trey, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter blood bath. Yes, but then, how was she on the other side of the bridge? Because everyone who was over by the temple garden and stuff were trapped there. But yeah, we met with Iris the day after the whole thing happened.
Good
So,
question.
yeah. Haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple. Yeah, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was at 2 different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris at Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trey? You mean this woman is? There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand.
Oh.
Her real name is...
Oh, wait. That would mean that that's actually Maya standing there who's channeling Dahlia. If that's the case. Unless she'd never died. If she's actually dead, that's the only way.
We'll get to that more. But right now, it's Dahlia. That's why the testimony is different from the one Iris gave before. Because this one had to do with the other side of the bridge. Which, according to what we know, Iris was not stuck on the other side of the bridge. So that means... Okay, we'll get to it, don't worry about it. It's a whole lot of things. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distinct bells. Distant bells. But bells nonetheless. Ha. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine.
Okay,
but,
then.
According to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, order. Wait a minute. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. The Korean channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You are the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to the temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that Iris, the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple, was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stands is the real Iris. What? What? How do you know? Calm down, remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Actually, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Asakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. You can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. We've done a lot of talking, I'm gonna save. But something still seems off, way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Hers doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright? Oh, well, Mr. Wright, that's the time that she was arrested at Hazakura Temple. Have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? No. I can't think of one. She certainly couldn't have escaped while she was under arrest. I love that look in your face. Maybe you should go live in that old mountain shack and become a hermit. Oh. Maybe there was no opportunity for them to switch places. No, if I give up here, I'd never be able to live with myself. Even if it's a little forced, I have to think of something. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Right. Unknown. What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murderer suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave her was Edgeworth, because she was watching her. This is Mr. Edgeworth, is it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake? Oh my goodness, the inner temple. This kind of termite. How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. Ugh, jeez. Ugh. But that was a weird, like, sneeze, but, like, I was, like, closing my mouth. It's very weird. Anyway. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in this right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling again. Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. I'm meeting a beautiful lady. Always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. Ha. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself.
And Maya. Don't forget about Maya.
And Maya.
Yeah.
Alright. Save. Alright, second part of the trial. Let's go. February 10th, 10:06 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that, but when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay. to install her own daughter as the next master. Before it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way. Watch yourself, Trey. You've got a problem. Solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. That's also how the court works. Mr. Godo is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. Yeah. To kill Maya? Could it be true? Yeah. The fucking note says so. The plan. The whole plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Ha, are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Karain? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor, the honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. Plan, a stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay. You were talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. Yeah, how terrible. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams into that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal, the life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you could do to me. Grr. The plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, Sister Iris of the Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up saying Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, the plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You hurt me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya's she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety, and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, but the kind and gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne? She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? No, she didn't care about Maya. She cared about, Iris. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What was my goal? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge. It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Okay. What piece of evidence? Is it this? Think, because her goal was to just defame Iris.
Probably.
Yeah, because like Iris had said something about how the whole thing would happen where Dahlia and her stepsister and that one criminal dude, Iris was supposed to help with something with that, but she backed out of it. which I guess caused issues. You understand why I would kill Mia Fey now. What was my goal? What my goal was?
Yeah, you're totally after. But here's a stupid question. Well, here's a question. If she's interested in killing Maya Fey, she should literally just go jump off a bridge right now. Because she's possessing her body, correct? At least that's what we're being told, is she's possessing her body.
Well, she doesn't know that.
She does. Okay. She doesn't know that she's in Maya Fey's body right now.
Yeah.
How does she not know that?
Because she was told that Pearl was gonna be taking over her body.
Oh. Okay.
As far as I know, she hasn't run into Pearl. Let me see. They went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. More information out of her? Did I not press on everything? Family. Speaking for the master. Meaning a sentence is kind of like a, yeah. Pearls would have never agreed to, yeah, okay. You? You were going to kill Maya? think the plan was a success. Mia Fey is dead. Yeah, because she's saying Maya's dead. Let's do this. Oh wait, because Maya was the one who sentenced her. Yeah. Because she's the one who sent her to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Maya Fey. Somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain that she had made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was perhaps because Maya Fey had already died. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
Kill their loved ones. Right?
Yeah, killing her relative. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Maya Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Maya Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different from that than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel golden heartless. How much your time preaching to the dead? I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. Grr. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least Donim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple. Okay, so first she was actually channeling through Misty Fey. And wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of those stone lantern, and I took out the dagger I caught from the storeroom and... So then you were saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? A clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew that I'd kill her myself. Poor ghost. You're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. Trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying... You were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Ooh! Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself, at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The files had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me? I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden? It was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is...
Matricide? The sin of killing your own mother. Ugh. No way!
Order, court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so... The murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? See, please. What? What do you mean? What is the so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Except who's channeling you right now?
Oh. Somebody's phone? Whose phone? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
I love how
What
it's an
kind
old
of
phone
ringtone
too.
is that? Yeah. Pretty sure that's his theme song kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Beep.
Theme song.
Good over here. Okay, thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the logs from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fay?
It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred heaven. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! Oh boy.
It seems that this case has come to an end. Tragic end.
No, it hasn't. Not yet.
Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Stoneham, also known as Misty Fay, was her own daughter, Maya Fay. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fay jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be.
Ha. Oh, ha.
Try. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
Going to this witness? Maya Fay threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means it may have thrown herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's possible to jump into the river from there. Oh yeah, the map. We saw the map. Yeah, because there were rocks. The rocks all the way on the outside. Don't get your pennies all twisted up, Trey. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? He couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fay threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Yeah, the map. It's possible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big... Oh, of course, I got a yawn. A big rock shelf. Oh. You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out. You... No! Order. You're just playing with me. Mia Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eel River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth? Yes, just a few minutes ago. Mia Fey wasn't inside the Sacred Cavern. We know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all those likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. I'm going to save. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Mia Fey is in this very courtroom. Ugh, coughing. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Did you say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said. I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did. But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who channeled you before she could. Da-ba-da-ba-dee-ba-bop. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What?
But how could that be? Remember what Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be?
It looks like you finally understood, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect yourself from her. From you. To protect yourself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off. There was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? At this time? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that.
That's
You
hilarious.
are saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that, who has never been out in the real world, she could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Maya! Maya Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Ha. It's something else.
But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moment of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did.
Not terribly surprising that she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. She channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the Sacred Cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do these 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. by one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? No single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. How dare you? 11 years ago? The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Follis escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Faye escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Maya Faye. You, Spencer. I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. Grrr. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? And all that matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. I'm not ready to go. Well, too bad. Nick? Sis? Yeah, I would think she's not feeling that good. Why did they really made a separate thing for her to be laying on the ground? Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, here's that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dolly Hawthorne? You ask me, Your Honor? It looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Faye, as well as young Pearl and Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
No kidding.
Your Honor. Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the crane channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? Yeah, it's the same magazine that Pearl found. I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Yeah, there's still some issues here. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Try. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. And then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think it was stabbed.
Oh, no.
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone else. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least known him. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Nope, we still don't know. Because we proved that Iris was on the other side of the bridge. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial.
Hey, okay, hold on a second. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. That just straight up does not make
It really
sense.
doesn't. It doesn't, but
Alright,
we're gonna
cool.
find out. Don't worry. We're gonna find out who did it. We'll find out. We can't let her walk until there's evidence proves her innocence. No way. But the court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call a final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. Mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madame Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place?
very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Mayor? She can't testify after what she's been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Mayor Faye to the witness stand. Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trey, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same thing. Same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess.
You know what? Doing this by herself is fun, because you might not get a cup of coffee in her face, which would be nice.
Maybe. Just maybe. February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the trading hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root for you. Well, it was your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Maya so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys, Maya Faye and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes? What is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, at least Donam, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple, but the path to the Inner Temple was cut off. The path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? Whee! It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon that had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed so much.
The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple in the snowmobile. But why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see.
Defendant,
Yes?
the judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Maya! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Stoneham really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe, I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plans from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thanks to you. Thank you, Maya. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Oh boy. We're in the final stretch. Yeah, it was a good thing we split this up to another day.
Yeah,
We're hitting about 3 hours now, so. February 10th, 3:36 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 7.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier.
Tests?
Yes, test. On the blade dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
I totally forgot about that.
That's the weapon that If they used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or...
Due to cognitive constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Interesting. That's all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger? Then whose was it?
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this up quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Maya Fey. Witness, please tell us your name and occupation. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the grain channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Stoneham's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any... Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. Alright, let's hear what Maya has to say. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. You were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Yeah, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Yeah, because the lantern's light wasn't on. So, they couldn't really see super well. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well done. Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Yeah, she saw her own mother be murdered, so I don't think she's gonna do well. Passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident. Oh, I'm like stuck between sneezing and not sneezing. Okay. That was not fun. On the day after the incident, Alchworth met Bikini at Hazakar Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was prepping for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Oop, that's what I meant to press. Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? I don't know. Press her harder, I guess?
Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark. That's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the day of the crime.
Which is why she couldn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
Spirit medium that was channeled by Elise Stoneham, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think. You think. After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Oh no, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
It's not at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
I think I screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed? You're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark, and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was it. It was my last hope. I know it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press her for more details? Last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said, my last hope. Huh? What? I said, what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to help for. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
You've never said that before. A ton of pressure. Yeah. A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up but try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I can see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Very interesting. A man? Who's this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She used this excuse twice now. Well, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. Except it was not working. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern darkness reigns? So I could see a person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. Yeah, about that, though. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man. He's the killer. He stabbed you from behind. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. Thanks for, like, saying that. You didn't have to.
Yeah, thanks for letting
say
me
it
know.
like that.
She's on the stand in tears, and you're, hey, by the way, that person that died right in front of you, that was your mom.
That was your mom. You could have just said, stab the victim, you know? Or just say, Elise Donham. Just, why do you have to be like, Misty Faye, you are a mother? Like, okay, yeah, we get that, we know. You don't have to say that, she's already traumatized. Okay. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the day of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Order the court. Mr. Cadeau, explain this. Add the pressure, add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au latte. Cafe au latte? Not even legal. Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard. I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there was truly no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw a mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Oh boy. Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real color under pitch black dark conditions? Try. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? The man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please. Nick, I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. You talk a good game, Trent. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. And I'm here to find the truth.
Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Are you ready? Are you ready? Scott, are you ready? Scott? Hello? Scott? 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 I cannot hear you, Scott. Scott? Hello? Scott? Scott? Hold on a sec. Scott?
Hi.
There you are. Jeez. What'd you do?
Had to hit the bathroom real quick.
Oh, how dare you? This is a very important time.
I know. Sorry.
We're about to expose who the killer is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here.
Are you ready?
I'm very ready.
Are you sure?
I was born ready. I'm pumped.
I don't think you're ready.
I'm probably not ready, and if it's Iris, I'm gonna be sad.
No, it's not Iris. So I think you missed some of it. Marion said specifically it was a man. She was saying, I saw because of the light of the lantern, but we know the lantern was not on. It was the whatever is not working. So how was she able to tell? She said the person who was attacking her, she couldn't tell if it was a man, woman, child, or adult. But specifically the person that she said she saw behind her attacker was a man. How was she able to tell that if it was completely dark?
Person had a flashlight.
Nope.
The person glowed or was on fire.
Nope, not on fire, but has something that glows. Because of his mask. His mask light is lit up. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this was possible, yes? What? But how do you...
Kind of light.
You'll see.
Kind of light.
You'll see. But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense office officially requests that all the lights in the courtroom be turned... This courtroom be turned off.
No, wait. No. Are you serious? I know. Okay.
What? This is... But it can't be!
I was hoping he'd be a good guy.
That was a nice bit of deduction. Trey. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Well, Maya didn't actually want to even say who it was. She kept, saying, she couldn't see who it was, but then she clearly said it was a man. And all this, so...
Well, she's probably afraid of repercussions. If she accuses the prosecutor.
You'll see why. We'll see everything of the whys, why would he do this? Da-da-na-na-na, all this other stuff. This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Dun dun dun! Order, order, order. Prosecutor Godot, is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness.
Having sneezing issues again.
Nah, coughing now. Ugh.
Ugh. If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya, I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What?
Witness, Mr. Wright, witness. Stop you chatting, Your Honor. Chattering.
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had already changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Oh yeah, right, that's the thing too. Since the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it's after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was mad. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Look, hello. When I came to, I was just laying there on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then, the person that carried you into the inner temple?
It could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Okay. So I gotta press her on other things. The torches were lit and the body was gone. So the torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably left them since it's been impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, that's true. There's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of removing the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Here's some more about the condition of the crime scene.
And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. You know, all around the lantern. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow anyway?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you clearly stated that. You saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why did it do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Naturally the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would a killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it from you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it.
Oh, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Except there's an issue with that. Hold on, I'm gonna do a save. Because I haven't saved in a while. Because if they were trying to hide it for her sake, we have to just leave her name on the thing there. The body of
doesn't
Elise,
make any sense.
body of Elise Donan was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh, what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
You're right. Order. Mr. Wright, is it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up this crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
But if that's the case, do you have any explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior?
Hey,
Yeah.
there's a possibility here.
There is.
The person didn't see the blood writing in the lantern
Yup.
because the person who didn't see it is Godot.
Yep. Why would this killer move the body, remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. You little save. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. I'm pretty sure that's like a Sherlock Holmes thing. Quote.
Yeah. I think the quote goes, if you remove what is impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Yeah.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. Normal person. Yeah, you're right. You're right. There is no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident. Who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether?
And who would that be? Who was the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Mr. Godot. Mr. Godot. I'm gonna save you again. This is what you said yesterday.
I said it's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern? There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Très Bien.
It's the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Has the most spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-covered stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
Strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
Okay, but you prefer coffee, so why does it matter?
Hey, maybe all the coffee's damaging his eyesight.
I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer? But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. I'm gonna save. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Stoneham, also known as Miss Misty Fay.
It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. Indictment. Okay, I figured it was wrong what I said. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Go on, try.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? So, well, for example,
why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he just take that area? Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Ooh.
Isn't it more likely the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
Seems that once again this child has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Oh, wait just a minute. Here.
What Please have to this. Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Eek! After the murder had happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't. I don't follow you. Follow. You see now, oh man, we established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Yeah. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha. Nicely done, Trey. Oh, well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're on your oath. Oh. Gosh dang it, Maya.
Not best things. She means worse things.
Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. No. Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright. Let's get this cross-examination started. Now, snap. Pearlie was also stuck at the Inner Temple side that night. So, where do you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Stoneham. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, and then... Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The Inner Temple side has 2 structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? But she didn't really examine a storage shack all that carefully. Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that makes it possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, police said
she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern, Sally Hawthorne, who was busily battling with the trickle. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things that the defense asked me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh, what do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even a lot of coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I would have. I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple? Ha. You want to say something, that's right? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right? Yes. Then Mr. Godot... He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up. That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves. More ways than one. The truth is, there aren't many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I'd like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style.
Oh my god.
It's so dumb. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, right? After all, I did miss the bloody riding on the lantern. Oh, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was Beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the U and... Oh, no.
Wait, what?
That's the crack in the armor. Because he's talking about this before it got covered in gravy.
Oh!
How would he know that?
That's the only way he would know.
If you had been, he's been there before. Clad in a stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So, from there you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec. What did Godot just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There is only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise down. Okay, so... That's what Mr. Godot arrived at the thing for the first time. No, wait. Over here. Yeah. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple, was long before the murder took place. What? Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall? Hanging scroll? But, Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Naya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Well, wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. That's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True. Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hues and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew that what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trey? What is it? This old theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. But that's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Yeah, the note was already open. Open once before, yeah. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Faye authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Faye Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. You still insist this crafty killer. It's me. You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. Then that's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Faye told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you are the one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? That girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress. Oop. We have not saved her a while. Killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all cost? I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh?
What's the reason?
Okay, Trey. All ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties Maya Fey together, ties you and me together inextricably. Maya Fey. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Maya Fey's only sister. Maya Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honors-piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot? His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Fallis killed himself. Maya Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Maya couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Maya worked. It's my fault! It's all my fault that Mr. Fallis killed himself!
Maya, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. A pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I can never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Maya and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was revealed to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports haven't actually called it a murder. It was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I even regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew.
You would have got brain damage. A lot of brain damage.
And then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. For 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? The worst possible news was waiting for me. Maya Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loved had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed, the woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne.
So he wanted revenge.
Yep. Good old Maya. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trey. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, my Faye would have died. Never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? The reason for living? She goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Maya. 1 year ago, when the Corain Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me into the perfect position to do something about it. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. On the day the plan was drawn near, I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Hasakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan, in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But, how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? How did you mention it? Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Crane had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hasakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother... That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of the Crane, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Yippity-doo-dah. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I am myself the inner temple, just in case you need to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Good all. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trey. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
Is there only two, though?
Well, Trey, you're the real deal. And finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt. You can finish this on your own. No, Nick, but please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Maya. And me too. Maya, I know that. And Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, testimony please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. You little save again. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights? I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Thanks, Brick, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Alright. Let's see, just before it happened. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but that's hard, I guess. I don't know. Just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't it because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't...
I did it again when I sneezed with like my mouth closed.
Yeah, be careful about holding sneezes in. You can pop a blood vessel or something.
What'd you say?
So be careful about holding sneezes in. You can pop a blood vessel.
Yeah,
Do it too much.
that was an accident. I didn't mean to. It's just like for some reason I just didn't open my mouth to sneeze. That was weird. But my nose is being a mess. Alright. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she could remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? Oh, I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. That blood. Was it Delia Hawthorne's blood? I think so. Probably. Just at that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon, but had been happened after that. She wasn't dead though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more than any young girl should have ever have to in one life. That is absolutely true. She was the one who found her dead sister, was accused of killing her dead sister. And then her mother is killed right in front of her. What a mess. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out. Yeah, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? And the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight. Maybe the mask was damaged? Maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe batteries ran out. Right? Or maybe those little red pin head looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? What could have happened then? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Delia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then that scream came from the killer? That's got to be it. I think Delia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Nope, that's not it. Oh, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. Contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember
self-aware.
Yeah. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out scream? He said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trey. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have been? What could she have used to strike back at the killer? This knife, the dagger. With the unidentified blood. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. The dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck onto the pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim, except we tested it and it's not. Have you forgotten that the blood was already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
Ooh.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Chad. Order the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trey. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought it to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. I don't think he saw that the blood was on it, though. But it can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trey. That blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Hold it. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya! This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
It's been a while.
Maya, maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Order the court. What the witness says is true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last reset? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way, he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trey. You know how cold it gets up there late night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Ark, right now, if Maya Fey were here,
Maya Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
If Maya Fey were here.
So come on, Trey. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You have accused Mr. Go of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
Godot really does care about Mia like he says he does. When Pearl channeled Mia a little bit ago, after before the last recess, wouldn't he have wanted to go talk to her or say hi to her?
Well then that would reveal his identity.
His motive.
Or it would reveal his identity, and yeah, would show that kind of his motive if he knew the Faye family.
Yeah, I guess.
Can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Maybe.
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that. It's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it.
That's good, but it's the bitter end, Trey. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove you poor, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty?
Oh boy. Okay, that's it.
Quick
save here. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You got nothing, Trey.
So what do I do at a time like this?
Simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's see what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in this previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it was possible for him to have hidden a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been blood stain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trey. Let's see what you got.
I think I know what the answer is, but I'm still gonna save anyway. Just in case I'm wrong.
How did he hide the wound?
Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound?
Yes, dude.
Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Oh, did I fuck up? Isn't that right, Trey? Oh. What was that just now? Maya? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red light's given off, but the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved.
Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep behind her bottled poison. And then, While I was sleeping, you let Maya die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I could have never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Maya. Me, no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Maya's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask, threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Maya. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put up your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. Part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. That's true, he could have stabbed Pearl.
Yeah, he could have killed him.
Yeah.
Could have killed any of them.
I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye?
No,
Or was it something else?
He's motivated by his vengeance.
Yeah.
He wanted his revenge on the woman who poisoned him and ruined his life.
Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago, or 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Maya's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off. As a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound is bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. this time. It really is all over, isn't it? Defendant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me for what? For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister? You only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria in this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swatlow was killed.
No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh?
Oh.
It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. But prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she always was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me? Don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle, putting it back for me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Alright.
Thank you.
Time to set sail with the Iris and Phoenix ship.
I mean, she's probably gonna be still in jail. She's not gonna be sentenced to death, but she's probably gonna be in jail for a while.
Yeah, I imagine she's probably gonna be in jail for probably like 5 or 10 years or something.
Yeah. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright. Oh, that's the first time you ever called us by our
Yes.
name. Hey, we got coffee. Yeah, I think you're right. Purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least stone him. At some point, expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. What, no confetti?
Well, I mean, she's still going to jail. Maybe that's probably why.
I guess. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Maya! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Maya, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to do. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Maya, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick, Maya, I guess it's just like my sis said. Maya? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Maya to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! But Francesca, still a softie as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Phoenix. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francesca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have had gotten anywhere. How? But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. How embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francesca. And suppose... Oh, it's Larry! There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
Sure.
Really, I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that really, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack... I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? I draw you well, too? Ah, my beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it. Like you promise. You're going to model for my next picture book? Francie's whip. Ah! Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made her beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Oh. Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I'm gonna do a savey thing. I suspect you were wondering how Maya could be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francesca, that's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's much wiser person than she appears. I think she realized something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can be. What do you mean by, now is the exact time? Maya wasn't the only one who was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there's someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya was trying her best to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya being strong for? Pearl?
It could be either Godot or it could be us because Phoenix is bothered.
Well, we don't even have her face here. I think it's Pearl. Because she's the only person that's really depending on Maya.
Yeah, let's go with Pearl.
Pearl Faye. The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how deeply devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya's herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh hey, this is where you all were. Well, looks like we've got quite the bunch. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have some mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Not that place.
Is it trivia? Oh gosh. Pretty good work, Scrappy. Then what was your reward? Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien. Well, I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Oh, that's why he wants to go there.
That's why he wants to go there. He wants to go see his crush.
Yeah, he wants to go see Maggie. Oh, that's funny. That's good, that's good. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Well, then I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Sector Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, Belle? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? May and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Sector Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I won't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls may have gone to. Hazakura Temple? For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's weird this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon! Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be pearls. Ah, Mystic Maya! But Pearlie, why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Romando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them, that's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Crane, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me, till the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. But that's the master's talisman! The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... a photo? Ah! Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth.
We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Look who else broke the sacred. It's Maya and Maya. Aww. Even when the battle's over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return. Time again. Maya, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for three when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Miss Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time, you can train right alongside us, huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you, huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally, huh? That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything with Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well, then, here goes nothing. It's like, no, I'm not doing the special training course.
Yeah, I don't think Nick should come up here with all the trainings.
I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Crane and the manager office at Wright and Cool offices. It'd have to be a good big sister, Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Which happens way too often.
Oh, don't worry. Next game, I'm sure. You'll be captured by something. Or on trial for something you didn't do.
So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor? He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Oh no, Pearly. No. Oh god. Oh no. You bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat's just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, man will soil himself silly. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Korean exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said I must show you what I've learned. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, that's one way to get your confidence up, I guess. Hey. Destiny and I started a company called Mass Counseling. We dedicate to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, "Good please." Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as kind of side business. What if that's okay? Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
Sells plans to them?
I guess
Wow.
so. wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating dog Tigray. So I lent him $500,000 in a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mix with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. With that, went through compromise. He.
Hey, old man. I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy clown knows waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Aw, talk about embarrassing. 60 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Funny internet number.
Yes, funny number.
Funny internet number. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Ben Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circus would align perfectly. Okay.
Automata. Okay.
Yeah. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've all made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can't wait for hers to come back. Oh.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nose bleed. Oh, Pearls. Pearly.
What? Pearls thinks that we're coming here to see her, so to see Iris.
Well,
so
he was staring at her.
or something. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, right.
She's like, staring at another woman.
How dare you?
How dare you do that to Mystic Maya?
I think if Pearls ever has a villain arc, it'll be the day she realizes that Nick and Maya are tonight.
Yeah.
First objection in the game.
Oh, it's all a bag. What's this? I'm back from a long, tiring vacation. No one is here to greet me. Yes, well, I got a little whippersnapper buddy Quinn. No, got no one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all these flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these... I break the sheet for the walls, everybody except they find something painful. Heart! Oh, what I have read him and who will... Alright. Oh, man. So she came back to work finally, and she's like, where the fuck is this guy? I found something to do. Francie's whippity whip trip is gonna turn to, oh, we should have realized it's due to self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. I mean, to be fair, yeah, he's good at doing portraits.
He is.
No. Oh wait, he drew the picture!
Hey, he can draw when he wants to.
Yeah, he's good at drawing portraits.
Actually, really good at drawing portraits.
Yeah. I just realized it was a sketchbook. Hey! That's the end.
Hey, achievements unlocked. Let's
Hell
go.
yeah.
I like Godot.
Yes, that was good. He's good. That's the end of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Yay.
I think the thing I like the best about Godot is when he was caught, he wasn't willing to throw anybody else into the bus. Kind of just came clean and admitted it. Where all the other villains were just total jerks who were gonna throw everybody else into the bus and don't hold me accountable for my actions. They did it. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't deny it, but he was just like, was more testing, right? I guess. Of just like,
it's
you
more
need
like,
to,
prove it.
yeah, you need to prove it. I'm not gonna say yes or no. I'm just gonna say, do you have proof?
Where's your evidence?
Mm-hmm.
Where's her evidence, Troy?
Yeah. And he finally calls us Phoenix Wright at the end. It's really good, real good. So we'll definitely have to play more Ace Attorney games at some point. I wonder if I could figure out how to make or how to do what's it called? Because there's some other games, but they were like on the like DS and stuff that were never, that they're not on like Steam and stuff. So I'd have to, no, they're not on Steam. There's like the other Trilogy, which is the Ace Attorney Chronicles. But there's other games like the Edgeworth Investigations. There's some other game too. Or some other games? I don't know. That I've seen pictures of. I don't really know a whole lot about those games. I'm assuming they were only like on like the DS or something. Like DS or 3DS or something. So I'd have to get a, what's it called? I don't remember. Basically, if I could figure out how to do it from my computer and totally legally download these games.
Oh yeah, get a legitimate copy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, a legitimate backup copy for your existing physical copy.
Oh yeah, yeah. If I could figure out how to do that, we could do that. But I don't know how to do that. But well, we're close to the end of watching all of Danganronpa. Danganronpa 3 is the anime stuff of the Future arc and the Despair arc. Plus there's like a couple OVAs.
Couple?
Like, I think there's like 3 of them? 2 or 3.
Oh wow, okay.
So we'll have to watch those too. Like, there's 2 different OVAs. I don't know how many episodes each has. I think they only have 1 episode. But yeah. Satan. And then hopefully maybe next week we will get started with Danganronpa V3.
Alright. Sounds good. We'll have to schedule a day to watch the rest of the anime. What, we got like 4 episodes left?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Alright, well, I volunteered to go into work tomorrow, so I'm gonna go get ready for bed.
Alright, yeah, I have to work tomorrow too. Oof. Alright. See ya.
Later.
Good night. Alrighty. Boop. Disconnect from there. Alrighty. That's gonna be the end for tonight. Thanks for hanging out and watching. It was super fun. I love these games so much. I think these Attorney games are awesome, and I definitely need to play more. I do have the Ace Attorney Chronicles on Steam. I bought them the other day because there was a sale on them. So I have that. But I think we're gonna try to get through Danganronpa V3. Which is gonna be fun because I don't remember all the things about Danganronpa V3. But whatever, it's fine. It's cool. It's fine. But that's gonna be fun. Exciting. But that's gonna be it for tonight. Been a pretty good long stream night, so it's good. Yeah. That's it for tonight. See you next week.